My name is Meti, Meti Shoaye Yilma, but you can call me Meti. We have hashtags. Please feel free to send this to your colleagues, to your social media. So we have different hashtags. We'll put them here. You can scan the QR code here. You'll find everything just to give you a bit of a highlight, or no, not really a highlight, but more like housekeeping. We'll have our meetings today here and tomorrow in the other room. We'll, for lunch, we'll usher you. For coffee break, we'll be outside there. And then the first right, and you'll find the ladies and the gentlemen room over there. So we will introduce ourselves because we have member states representatives and also our partners and colleagues. So let me start by introducing myself, and I'll pass on the microphone so that we'll know who everyone is. As I said, my name is Meti. I am from Ethiopia. I am a freelance moderator facilitator. So I will start with the host country and also with Djibouti. So I'll come alphabetically from Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, Kenya and Uganda, your neighbors, you're sitting together. Good, it's okay, welcome to the stable. Unfortunately, the delegates from Somalia, they couldn't make it here today due to flight issues, but they will come tomorrow, they will join us. So I'll also go to Sudan and South Sudan on this table, and then I'll go to the other tables. So I'll hand over the microphones. Please rise up and introduce yourselves. Before the introduction, so for the equipment, we'll have English 1, French 2. Okay, all set? Okay, let's start from Djibouti. Bonjour. So I'll hand over the microphone. This is such an impromptu introduction, but it's also because everyone has been sitting and I want you to get up and stretch. I'll give you that opportunity to do so. So let's start with Djibouti. Yes, introduce your names and where you come from and also the organization you're representing.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bonjour, je suis l'honorable Filsan Abdullah Megel de Djibouti.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Bonjour, donc je suis Yasmine Abdelmajid, je viens du département du ministère de la Femme et de la Famille en tant que directrice du genre.
Bonjour tout le monde, moi c'est Adala Moussa de Djibouti. Je suis responsable de la production et protection des végétaux à la direction de l'agriculture et des forêts. Merci.
My name is Luwawa. I came from Ethiopia, House of People representative.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ethiopia. My name is Samson Adana. I'm working in the Ministry of Agriculture as a gender focal point. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're Djibouti and Ethiopia. We're good. And then now let's come to Kenya. Karibu sana.
Good morning. My name is Mutisia Muindi from State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action, Kenya.
Good morning, my name is Grace Mugo from the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development in Research Extension, working in Agrifood systems in capacity building docket.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Dr. Johnson Dolo. I work with the Food Systems Resilience Project as the gender focal person and also the National Safeguards Lead.
Kenya?
Kenya.
Good morning once again. And by the name is Jennifer Oyuru from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, Uganda.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chiro Sharon Loka. I work with the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Uganda.
Thank you. Okay, we have one more. Oh, great. So I see people are sitting in different seats. I'll come to you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Liza Chelule, a member of Parliament, Kenya. And I'm so privileged to attend to this meeting.
Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Frida Kabadi. I represent Association of Women in Agriculture, Kenya. Thank you.
Kenya. Okay, thank you. All right.
Good morning. My name is Akeno Tom Okeo. I come from Agricultural Finance Corporation. I lead strategy and business development. Thank you.
Great. Okay, great. So we'll have, yes, let's come here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Benjamin Loki. I come from the National Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security as a Director General for National Food Reserve and a focal point for gender. Thank you. From South Sudan.
I'm Ali Adam Alioma from South Sudan, of course, and I'm representing Unity Circles. And in my other role, I'm the technical advisor in State Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time in charge of the Agricultural Department. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Adut. I'm South Sudan, Member of Parliament, representing Women Parliamentary Caucus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Selma Abdurrahim Abdul Wahab. I am from Sudan. I work in the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security Technical Secretariat, Food System Resilient Program.
Good morning. My name is Layla Muhammad Madani, Sudan.
My colleague Layla representing Women Agriculture Cooperative. She is the head of one of the cooperatives in Sudan. Sorry for she is not speaking in English.
No problem. No problem. Okay.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Sosan Omar. I am from South Sudan, Minister of Gender, Child and Social Welfare, Deputy Director for Gender. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so from the member states, we heard from everyone, right? Oh, we have some here. Okay.
Hello, my name is Fahima. I'm a farmer. I'm a head of a cooperative of women in Djibouti, but also I'm a head of a cooperative African Women and Agribusiness Network, 44 countries. So I'm the head in East Africa, and I'm from Djibouti.
Good morning. My name is Fiona Aleng. I'm representing women farmers. I'm from South Sudan. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde, Omar Ibrahim, je suis le directeur de la CPEC, institution de microfinance à Djibouti.
Bonjour tout le monde, je m'appelle Rama Abdoukarim, je suis de la CPEC de la Caisse populaire d'épargne de Djibouti, directeur des opérations.
Okay, thank you. Merci beaucoup. So let's come to the stable now. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shah Yalo from Redwa, Ethiopia, FSRP manager.
Assalamu alaikum. I'm from Redwa. My name is Marika Ahmed Hassan. I'm from Ethiopia, Redwa. Hamilton Cooperative.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Olivia Tebaise, representing women farmers in Uganda and cooperatives. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to Ethiopia. My name is Dr. Debebe Barut. I'm from the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Yohannes Ambisa from Cooperative Bank of Oromia from Ethiopia. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Joanna Neo. I'm part of the delegation from the Parliament of Kenya. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Shukran. Merci. Okay, so let me get to the stable now.
Good morning. My name is Mulunes Jebesa. I am representing Africa Women Leaders Network, Agriculture Penal Coordinator.
Okay, so let's come here.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Mariam Tabapi. Sorry, let me stand. I represent the Center for Coordination of Agriculture Research for Southern Africa, which is short for CADESA. CADESA, we work in the Southern region and in partnership with IGAD, we are also implementing the FSRP in the Southern, in the SADC region, and gender inclusion is also one of our priorities in our activities in our program. Thank you.
Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sostino Mokumbe. I also work for CADESA. I'm responsible for information communication knowledge management. Good to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sylvia Henga, policy and food security expert for the Food Systems Resilience Program that is hosting this meeting. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Simon Oswan. I work at the IGAD Secretariat within the Agriculture Environment Division, Monitoring and Evaluation. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Chivuka. I'm a knowledge management and monitoring and evaluation expert for the Food Systems Resilience Program of IGAD. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much.
Good morning. I'm Aisha Hamad Muhammad. I assigned to support IGAD in reviewing gender country profile in food system. Happy to meet you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Ahmed Abusin. I'm leading a consultancy, a home-based consultancy firm called Partners in Development Services. I'm currently leading an assignment for IGAD on reviewing Center of Excellences related to climate-smart agriculture. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Hassan Salah. I work for IGAD as a procurement specialist.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I feel like the room is a little bit dull. And we are heading to Women's Day in a few days. Okay, my name is Austin Opata. I work with the communications department based in Djibouti. Happy to be here. And I'm looking forward to lively conversations throughout this day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ifra Roble from IGAD Secretariat, Djibouti. I'm working under Agriculture and Environment Division. Thank you. As a program assistant.
Okay, so we're saving the best for the best for last, and this is the table that I reserved for last. So should I go? Let me start from you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Patricia Vandeveld. I'm the gender lead for agriculture at the World Bank.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Muhyiddin Tuhami. I'm a Director of Economic Cooperation and Regional Integration based in Djibouti.
Morning, brother and sister. I'm Mr. Mohammed Umar, and I'm the Director of IGAD Foreign Service Institute.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Siti Abdalam Shongama. I am from Comoros, and I serve as the Continental Coordinator of the 5 Cs of the African Women Leaders Network and focal point in Addis Ababa.
Good morning. My name is Dahir Elmi. I'm the Director of Agriculture and Environmental Protections at the IGAD Secretariat.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jocelyn Bijirwa, IGAD Head of Mission to the Republic of Uganda and Gender and Land Expert. Good to meet you all.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sanait Rakasa. I am the Food Systems Resilience Program Coordinator at IGAD. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, I don't want to leave my colleagues here, so let me come to the facilitators table.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Erin McGuire. Good morning, bonjour, salam alaikum, caribou. I am the Director of Responsible Innovations, but have been supporting the World Bank for the Food Systems Resilience Program, first in Johannesburg, working with the gender focal points across Africa. And I'm just so excited to be here to help support and facilitate these discussions with IGAD. This is really a dream come true meeting with farmers and members of government. So I'm just really honored to be here, and thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Kamako from Kenya. I'll be the rapporteur for this workshop. Thank you.
I know you all work with her very closely, but let's have the mic to Khadija.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Khadija. You probably received my emails all over the whole month. My name is Khadija Mohammed. I am from Djibouti, and I serve as a gender officer for the Food System Resilience Program. Welcome to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another Khadija here.
Morning, everyone. My name is Khadija Mohammed, Project Officer, Water Unit based at IGAD Secretariat. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so we got to know each other, and I'm sure this 2 days will give us opportunity to have great conversations, to foster some partnerships, and also to build a really good network, because that's how it works. And next week, towards the end of the week is gonna be March 8th, International Women's Day. So happy early Women's Day, everyone, both women and men. Well, right, we're the same, like we're together, we're partners. So when we say happy Women's Day, by proxy, you'll get it as well. And also this year, FAO has declared the year to be International Women Farmers Year. And it's a great opportunity to inaugurate this forum during this year. The objective of this forum, what we're gonna do, everything, you'll find it on the agenda on the table, and also through the presentations, the panel discussions, we'll get to know more about the purpose of this, forum. But before we go into details, I would like to invite Dr. Sanait Ragasa, coordinator of FSRP, to welcome you all and to give us an opening remark, and also to invite excellencies to give their opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Sanait Ragasa.
Okay, thank you, Meti, and thank you everyone for the warm welcome. I would like to say welcome again. Thank you very, very much for accepting our invitation. And as you know, food systems, women are the critical part of it. We will not succeed if we ignore the 50% of the farmers in our region. I would like to thank Khadija very much for making this possible in collaboration with our colleagues at the World Bank. I'm sure it will be a great 2 days of deliberations, and it will be a big start. It's not going to be the end of our meeting. It will be the start of a long journey for the forum to influence policy making processes and implementation in our region. I'm not going to give a formal welcome remark. My job is now very simple. It's to invite the Director of Agriculture and Environment at IGAD Secretariat to give the opening remark on behalf of His Excellency Dr. Work Cabello, the Executive Secretary of IGAD. Director Daher, the floor is yours.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Senate. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Your Excellency, distinguished honorable members of respective parliament, directors, and representatives of Minister of Gender Affairs of IGAD member state, the World Bank, the Women Cooperative Private Sector Financial Institutions, technical partners, the African women and leaders, Madam City, you sitting behind, all protocol observed. It is my profound honor to welcome you all to these occasions of the inaugural IGAD Women Forum on Agri-Food Systems. Today marks a significant milestone in our collective commitment to building resilient, inclusive, and equitable agri-food systems across the IGAD regions. This forum is not just a gathering. It's the beginning of a long-term movement to elevate women's leaderships and justice in shaping the future of food system. Just for your reference, this is a food system resilience programs. It was established around in 2022. And really, I like really to thank, my team, Dr. Senait, leading by Dr. Senait, and also Khadija, because this is the first ever, business that we are organizing forums, specifically focusing on the women aspect. Why we talk about the women aspect here? It's not, let's be concrete. From all our respective countries, 99% of our small-scale farmers is done by the women. If you go now, right now, around now, if you go out and then look around the supermarket, people selling the tomatoes, whatever, farm products, they're women. It's our mothers, sisters who's doing. In every country, we are all the same. Sudan, Djibouti, Ethiopia, Kenya, all the same. This is the practice. It's not, we're not just doing for women, no. This, we are really focusing on the stakeholders. They are the main stakeholders, these small-scale farmers. Even when, for the time of the crop productions, you see it's the women. The milk, who's selling, when you want to buy milk, some camel milk or cow milk. So this is the practice. And I don't know somehow this, so if you really want to see the practicability, it's very easy. So thanks Khadija again and Senait, at least this is the first times. And and also the bank also is there, and Patricia, thanks also, because we were not at this, kind of focusing on this part, to be frank. And now when the team come on board, this is a frigate paradigm shift, really, to focus really on this practical aspect. So, and it's where, one of the IGAD mandate is to bring an additional effort of the member state. So let me thank again for my team. So, as you may recall, in January 2025, African leaders adopted the Kampala Academy. Declarations on Building Resilience on Sustainable Agri-Food Systems, 2026-2035. Setting ambitious targets for the decade ahead. I wish to highlight Commitment 4, which firmly focuses on advancing inclusivity and equitable livelihoods. It focuses on empowering women, youth, and vulnerable groups by increasing their access to productive resources, land, credit, input, and creating jobs. This is one of the reasons you see some microfinance institutions sitting around from all member states. These ambitious targets do not symbolize aspirations alone. They reflect Africa's collective resolve to drive inclusive development and to ensure that our agri-food transformations leaves no woman behind. IGAD is fully aligned with this agenda through our food systems and nutrition security strategy that was endorsed in December 2024 in Djibouti, which identifies gender equality as a core pillar for regional food systems resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, this now forum, what we are expecting as IGAD for this upcoming 2 days. First, this forum needs to provide a permanent, high-level consultative and advocacy platform for women in agri-food system. Second, strengthen coordination with the IGAD Parliament Forum to advance gender-responsive legislation and financing. Honorable, this is the reason of your presence here. So, because they are the one who passing the law, the policy, so they have to be aware what we are doing. Ensure women voice directly in formal national and regional policy process, including the National Agri-Food Systems Investment Plan development and also the CADAP biennial review mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, the strength of this forum will be measured not by the passion of today's speeches, by the policy we change, the budget we influence, the barrier we dismantle, and the women we empower. Our regions cannot achieve food systems resilience without women, and women cannot achieve their full potentials without platforms like this. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I would like to thank the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this event in this beautiful city of Addis Ababa. I would also like to thank the World Bank for supporting the IGAD food systems resilience programs that now we are at the phase 1 we started, now they're almost in phase 4, and then hopefully now we will go for the phase 5, and specifically we are working on really to have specific programs on the youth and the women in agribusiness. That is one of the next steps way ahead. And also bring on board and Sudan, welcome back, and Djibouti and Uganda. I just met yesterday the Minister of Agriculture, and to come on also on board to join all the other member states, because this the food systems resilience programs, the member state involved we started with Ethiopia, thanks for Ethiopia again. Then it was joined by Somalia and Kenya. So now we are hoping Uganda, Sudan, and Djibouti, and also South Sudan. So our thanks also go to you, the participants, distinguished delegates from all the member states who are here for participating in this important forum. Thank you, and I wish you all productive deliberations. And let me call Patricia. This is now she become a friend of the Horn of Africa, so to make her own remark from the World Bank.
Thank you so much for passing this baton along, and thank you for giving me and the World Bank the opportunity to speak. Excellencies, honorable representatives, parliamentarians, distinguished policymakers, leaders, colleagues, partners in development, and friends. I'm really honored actually to stand here and be with you today, even though it's part of our job, because to speak about this issue, which is not just a a matter of equality or equity. It's a strategic necessity. And it's not just about including women, it's about creating real and meaningful space for women's voices in agri-food systems development and for women in agriculture and rural communities. As we know, women in the African continent are the backbone of rural economies. They grow the food that feeds nations, they manage households, they care for families and sustain communities through resilience and innovation. They frequently produce between 40 and 60% of agricultural output. Despite this central role to agriculture, women's voices remain underrepresented in the decisions that shape agricultural policy, rural investment, and development priorities. This paradox we can no longer afford. Women are at the front lines of climate change impacts, droughts, floods, crop failures, but underrepresented in decision making. When we have gender equal food systems, we draw on both women and men's knowledge, we enable better adaptation strategies, and we reduce vulnerability during crises. Inclusive systems are simply more resilient. When women participate in food system decision-making, from local cooperatives to national policy, outcomes improve for everyone. Policies can become more inclusive, more responsive to household and community needs, and better aligned with long-term sustainability goals of a country. Gender equality reduces long-term public costs, because gender inequality contributes to malnutrition, poor health outcomes, intergenerational poverty. These outcomes increase future public spending on healthcare and social protection. Hello? And we're back. As I was saying, economically, investing in gender equality functions as preventative policy, reducing fiscal pressure over time. And we're talking about finance. Let's just look at the economics of investing in gender equality. Gender equality corrects market inefficiency. From an economic standpoint, gender inequality is a misallocation of resources that are currently getting scarcer and scarcer in food systems. Because when women are equally skilled farmers and food workers, but they face restricted access to land, credit inputs, lower wages for similar work, barriers to markets and value chains, when they cannot invest or scale up production, the entire food system operates below its potential frontier. The same principle applies to opportunities, access to markets, training, technology, and leadership. When rural women are consulted, we learn where extension services fail to reach them, why technologies are not adopted, and how market barriers actually operate at village level. Inclusion turns policy from assumption into action. Because when we have gender-blind policies, they fail by design because they assume a neutral farmer or worker who is implicitly male. This leads to subsidies women cannot access, land reforms that exclude female tenure, climate policies that ignore women's roles, and so much more. When we have gender-responsive policy design, it ensures that programs reach actual food system actors, which increases effectiveness and accountability. Women's participation improves policy quality as well. When women are included in cooperatives, in food councils, in national agricultural planning, policies are more likely to address nutrition, food affordability, and sustainability over time. Gender inequality is costly. It costs money, it wastes money. From a policy perspective, it leads to poorly targeted, weaker, and less sustainable food systems intervention. Gender equality is therefore not an add-on or something nice to have. It's core economic infrastructure for food systems. But building core infrastructure and development cannot be effective if it is designed for women without being designed with women. When women are excluded from decision-making spaces, whether it's household, community, or national level, we miss critical knowledge, lived experience, and practical solutions. Policies may look strong on paper, but they fail in practice because they do not reflect the realities of those who implement them daily on the ground. Friends, leaders, colleagues, the question is not whether we value women in agriculture and rural development. We already know their value, especially in this room. The real question is whether we can listen, share power, and design systems that reflect that reality. If we are to achieve food security, climate resilience, and inclusive economic growth, we must move beyond token representation. We need to institutionalize women's participation in policy formulation, budget allocation, financial system design, and local governance. We must ensure that women are not just beneficiaries of development, but architects of it. So I'm so happy to be part of this space in this room and urge us all, and grateful that you're here to do this, to commit to creating a space where women's voices are not invited as an afterthought, but embedded as a foundation of development. Because when rural women thrive, agriculture can transform. I'd like to congratulate and thank IGAD for creating this forum and this massive ambition to align these food system goals. And I would like to fervently thank everyone here in this room who made the trip and who's committed here today by their presence to work on this incredibly important aspect of the agri-food system, which is women's equality. I would like to thank Ethiopia for having us. Thank you so much. I'm so delighted to be here. I'm very honored to be able to support and witness this work in this room. So thank you very much. Tonight.
Thank you, Patricia, and also Director Dahe for emphasizing the role of women in the agricultural sector, and also the fact that we are missing women in the decision-making process. I would like to repeat what Patricia said, making decisions for women, we would like to move away from that, making decisions with women, very important. They need to be the architects of decision-making, not just the recipients of decisions that have been made. Next, I would like to invite the head of the African Women Leaders Network, Madame Siti.
En matière d'accès à la terre, aux finances, aux marchés, aux technologies et aux espaces de prise de décision. Réduire ces inégalités est indispensable si nous voulons atteindre les ambitions de l'Afrique en matière de système alimentaire résilient et durable. À travers des initiatives telles que le cadre du IGAD et la déclaration de Kampala sur la construction de systèmes agroalimentaires résilients et durables en Afrique, le continent a réaffirmé son engagement à renforcer l'égalité de genre et à autonomiser les femmes dans les chaînes de valeur agroalimentaires. L'Union africaine continue de jouer un rôle clé dans la promotion d'une transformation agricole inclusive et sensible au genre à l'échelle du continent, notamment à travers ses cadres continentaux. Dans ce cadre et ce contexte, le réseau des femmes leaders africaines, AOLIN, travaille en étroite collaboration avec ses partenaires stratégiques, notamment l'Union africaine et les Nations unies, afin de promouvoir le leadership et la participation des femmes dans les différents secteurs clés. À travers nos 40 chapitres nationaux, AOLIN mobilise des femmes leaders sur l'ensemble du continent et soutient des initiatives qui renforcent la participation des femmes dans l'agriculture, le développement rural et la transformation économique. À travers nos chapitres, des femmes leaders mettent déjà en œuvre des initiatives à fort impact, allant de programmes agricoles communautaires tels qu'Une femme, un arbre, qui a démarré au Mali, comme des initiatives d'autonomisation économique des femmes, comme IWA. Ces initiatives démontrent quoi? Que les femmes, à travers l'Afrique, ne sont pas seulement participantes au système agroalimentaire, elles sont des leaders qui portent l'innovation et la transformation dans leur communauté. Donc, comme vous le savez tous, renforcer les partenariats et les plateformes de dialogue telles que ce forum est donc essentiel pour soutenir et amplifier ces efforts. Donc, bravo à vous. Je vous souhaite des discussions fructueuses et un forum couronné de succès. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam Siti, and thank you for the promise also to support this forum going forward. Now it's my great honor to invite Honorable Luaba, member of Federal Parliament from the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for the official lemon.
Thank you so much. Welcome to Ethiopia, to Addis Ababa. Distinguished leaders, experts, and participants. I am delegated to have the opportunity to address you today at this forum on women in agriculture and food system. We are glad to have representatives from IGAD member states here to share experience and idea. This forum aims to highlight the important roles of women in agriculture and food system. It provides a platform to discuss best practices, share knowledge, and explore ways to empower women in our region. Through our discussion today, we hope to strengthen women's participation, improve food security, and support sustainable development. Together, we can create a stronger, more inclusive agricultural sector. Once again, welcome and thank you for your participation. The forum is officially open. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for officially opening this forum, the inaugural forum on IGAD Women Forum on Agri-Food System. So for 2 days, we're going to be having a great sessions. So how these 2 days are designed. The first day, today, we'll have understanding the context and building commitment, and we'll have presentations, panel discussions, Q&A sessions. We'll have that kind of conversation going on. And tomorrow, it's more like structuring the forum for impact and sustainability. So we'll go hands-on in on the terms of reference. It will be presented, discussed on, we'll get your feedbacks, and we'll agree upon that. So, are you ready? Are you ready? What's so exciting about this session is normally our efforts are fragmented and actors are all over the place. But in this forum, in this space, now we have practitioners, farmers themselves, we have parliamentarians and representatives from ministry offices, the decision makers, and the conversation that's happening in these 2 days is to connect these two parties, these two actors, and the decisions are not gonna be made because someone thinks or researches or knows about the other one. Everyone that is in this room has a stake and has a voice. And this is not just on a national or regional level. This is, I mean, when I say regional, country-wise, no, but it's within the region. And you can imagine what the future will look like. Oh, by the way, happy birthday to IGAD. 40. Happy birthday, yes, 40. So in the coming few years, we'll see great change. So it's coffee break, but before we go to the coffee break, we need to capture this moment. And we need to have a group picture together. So our colleagues will usher us, okay, we'll come here. So everyone, please rise up before we go to the coffee break. We'll come here and we'll have a group picture. Everyone, we need everyone here today. Let's have the group picture and we'll go for coffee break after that. Yeah, when we come back, we'll have our first presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, please come forward to the stage. If you are very tall like myself, please make sure that you don't cover other people. Okay, smile. Happy Women's Day! Great. Okay, so enjoy your coffee break and we'll see you in 30 minutes. 30. 30. Oh, yeah, 20. Actually, let's come back at 10:30. Let's come back at 10:30. starting the second session, and now we go to presentations followed by Q&A. So let's come back and take our seats for this next session. So whenever you find something interesting, worth sharing, please make sure that you post it across your social media. The hashtags are Women in Food Systems and the second one is IGAD Women in Agriculture. Post it across your social media and put this hashtag so that we can all follow, retweet, or repost. That's it. Great. So for the next session, which will be, the overview of IGAD Food Systems Resilience Program for Eastern and Southern Africa, FSRP. For this presentation, please allow me to welcome Dennis Kibuka, M&E Knowledge Management Expert at IGAD FSRP. And let's have him to the podium. Let's welcome him warmly so he will give us this presentation on the overview.
Good morning once again. My name is Dennis Chivuka. I'm a knowledge management and monitoring and evaluation expert for the Food Systems Resilience Program of IGAD. I'm going to give a summarized overview of what the FSRP program is all about and what we've been able to do and what we are focusing on in this current year. So it's going to be brief, and as you've already heard, we are mainstreaming issues of gender into this entire program. It's part and parcel of the entire process. Yes, I'm going to look at the food systems, the program overview itself, the program development objective, the program components, the key accomplishments, what we've been able to do within the last 2-3 years, and the key priorities for 2026. Yes, I would want to all of us, we might not be aware or might not be having more knowledge about the food systems. That's why we are, it is important that we get to understand when we are talking about food systems as defined by United Nations, is the sum of all the elements and activities related to the production, processing, distribution, preparation, and consumption of food, as well as their outcomes, including nutrition, health, environment, and social impact. So that is a summary of food systems. Then up we have the drivers that include infrastructure, society and culture, profit and shared prosperity, the economy, politics and policies, research and development. And then we have the food systems activities that include pre-production, production, post-production activities, consumption, and also we have the outcomes that include resilience, equity, sustainability, and stability. So in summary, that's how the food systems is all about. Yes, looking at the program, the IGAD FSRP program, this, as you've been already saying, we normally abbreviate it, but it's Food Systems Resilience Program for Eastern and Southern Africa. It's a program, a 7-year program that is funded by the World Bank, and IGAD is implementing within the Eastern African region, and our colleagues from CADESA who are seated there are implementing the same program within the SADC member states. But at the same time, this program is also being implemented by member states. For example, in the IGAD member states, we have the Republic of Kenya, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and the Federal Republic of Somalia and Ethiopia. So they are all implementing the Food Systems Resilience Program. The program development objective is to increase the resilience of food systems and the preparedness for food insecurity in project areas. And when we look at this entire program, be it the member states programs and also the regional programs, we have 3 main impact level indicators, which we track. And one of them is focusing on policy, then another one is focusing on centers of leadership, and then the third one is focusing on knowledge management processes. The program has basically 5 components, and the first component is focusing on rebuilding resilient agricultural production capacities. And the second component is focusing on supporting sustainable development of natural resources. And then the third component is focusing on agricultural trade or getting to market. And then the fourth component is focusing on issues of policy as well as knowledge management. And then the fifth component is focusing on, is more of a program management component. So each of these components have sub-components, and all our activities are anchored within those sub-components. As you can see, one of the sub-components under component 1 is developing national or regional agriculture information systems, and then 1.2 is developing and delivering agriculture technologies and services. Then we have also 2 sub-components under component 2, and then 2 sub-components under component 3. All these components and activities where we mainstream issues of gender as we do implement the activities that are anchored within these components. What have we been able to do? As I said earlier, this program is a 7-year program that was signed in June 2022, and then the actual implementation started in January 2024. But within the last 2 years, we've been able to do a number of activities supporting our member states. And one of them is that we've been able to support IGAD member states in fulfilling their CADAP commitments through the national dialogues, data validation processes, and also engagements to ensure that their CADAP reporting processes are clear and in line with the requirements. Then we've been able to develop the IGAD soil and the fertilizer hub establishment documents and implementation plan, which also led to the establishment of the IGAD soil and fertilizer hub. This one is we are into the process of starting operationalizing it and see how best we can work with member states in the issues of the soil and fertilizers. We are able to develop the IGAD food and nutrition security strategy, which is 2025-2035, and it was already endorsed by the ministers responsible for agriculture in December 2024. We launched the IGAD Digital Agroclimate Advisory Services Knowledge Network as part of the regional information systems that we are promoting. And this DACAS network, we are also into the process of operationalizing it. We developed the action plan, we developed the implementation arrangements, and now we are starting to put the implementation of this DACAS into action, starting this year. We are also able, under component 3 of trade, we said we needed to do an assessment of agriculture trade and the market regulations in the IGAD member states, and especially in the cross-border areas. And we picked 3 cross-border areas of Moyale, Feriferi in Somalia, and also the Karamoja region, and then we were able to assess, and we are also identified key value chains within those cross-border areas that we are going to promote. We were also able, as part of the supporting the implementation of CADAP processes, we were able to review the Regional Agriculture Investment Plan, the RAIP. And then that review facilitated the process of developing the RACIP, which is under finalization. Then within these 2 years, we're also promoting the cross-learning within the member states and also within our the sister REC, CADESA, which is an institution of IGAD, of SADC, to see how best we can learn from one another, how best member state can learn from what is happening in other parts of the region and also from other member states. So we had a learning event in Ethiopia here, and we were able to visit some of the key areas for agriculture, for FSRP in Ethiopia. Yes, we also supported some of our member states, and also we participated in the Africa Climate Summit too, and organized side events on scaling, especially digital agro-climate advisory within that event. And we have been able to have a number of consultations with member states on different aspects. I'm trying to summarize, given that we have limited time, but we are also, as I said, we are trying to consult. We have consulted member states on issues of digital trade, solutions for cross-border areas. Because before we start the implementation, we had these consultations that are very, very important. And yesterday, for some of you who were here, we had a very big event on climate smart agriculture, which for Eastern and Southern Africa, where we had participants from the Southern African region and also from the Eastern African region, and we discussed issues of climate smart agriculture. So, going to the key priorities of FSRP in 2026, we are looking at moving forward with this forum, the outcomes of this forum. We are looking forward to implementing some of these key issues and also continuing to support our IGAD member states in fulfilling their CADAP commitments, reviewing the existing centers of excellence on climate smart agriculture, and then to see which center we can be able to strengthen or support. Then we also going to operationalize the IGAD Soil and Fertilizer Hub and also implement activities of DACAS. Then we also going to continue, as I said earlier, the mainstreaming issues of gender and social safeguards, and also develop a regional strategy or policy framework for digital agroclimate advisory services. We are in the process of developing the regional online platform that will be used as a repository for food systems information and help in dissemination of best practices at regional level. So we are quite doing a lot of things in 2026, including soil mapping in one of the cross-border areas, and also convening the Women's Forum on Food Systems, which we are in today. So basically, those are that's the summary in terms of what Food Systems Resilience Program is, what we've been able to do, and the key priorities for 2026. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Thank you very much. We'll have you back later on for the Q&A session. And for the next presentation, I will call upon Jocelyn Bigirwa. She's the gender and land expert at IGAD AED and head of mission in Uganda. The presentation will be gender progress and opportunities. And also after Ms. Jocelyn, Khadija will also continue with the presentation.
Thanks so much, Mehdi. And for all of our speakers, just to give you a heads up, we have some note cards that will let you know when you have 1 minute left and then no time left. But we can also, of course, give you a heads up before that if you like. Thanks so much.
Hello, everyone, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. Yes, I've been introduced before, but for those that weren't in the room, my name is Jocelyn Bijirwa. I work with IGAD. I head the mission office in Uganda, but also support on gender and land within the agriculture and environment division of IGAD. So I'll be speaking to you this morning. Unfortunately, they are giving us 15 minutes. I was telling her this forum is about women in agri-food systems, and the presentation is central to everything that we'll be doing. So it's quite unfair that we are given 15 minutes, but we'll try to work with the time that's been given to us. So what that means, okay, so our presentation is going to be covered by myself and Khadija. We have split it in, we share responsibilities. So we're going to be looking at an overview of global, continental, regional policy frameworks, but also practice gaps and opportunities that exist and that support women in agri-food systems. This forum is very important, as has been highlighted by the speakers before me. We know that our continent is hugely dependent on agriculture, not only our continent, but the entire world. And women are the ones responsible for food production and ensuring that food is served on the table and that we are safe, we are nutritious, and that we can be able to thrive and survive. So my presentation with Khadija is focusing on 5 areas: the policy and legal frameworks, both at global and regional level. We'll also speak about the data and evidences on existing gaps, and this is where our attention really needs to be focused, because after we've understood how big the problem is, we should be able to find appropriate interventions. Then we'll also be sharing about the proposed strategies and best practices globally, and then the role of IGAD in addressing existing policy and practice gaps by highlighting key interventions. It's been mentioned before that this year has been declared the International Year of the Woman Farmer by FAO, and this is very important that the forum is happening the same year that this, the women is the Women Farmer of the Year. The global frameworks that we would like to speak about and that highlight the importance of women in agriculture, in agri-food system, is SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. Across all the development goals, gender is critical, but specifically SDG 5 focuses on achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. With the target 5.A focusing on ensuring equal access to economic resources, including land and other forms of property, financial services, and natural resources. And of course, we know that agriculture production happens on land, so that is very central. Then those are indicators. B is focusing on enabling technology, particularly information and communications technology, and ensuring that women are able to access and work with this technology. and clearly also highlighting the indicators that each of the member states should be monitoring to understand the extent to which they are delivering on this. The other global policy frameworks key to the women in agri-food systems is the VGTs, the voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure of land and fisheries and forestry in the context of national food security of 2012. This was spearheaded by FAO, and all member states are supposed to be responding and taking action in line with these commitments. These are voluntary, it's a voluntary commitment, it's not a legal document, but all member states are supposed to be reporting. And critical to this, the VGGTs require that member states should remove and prohibit all forms of discrimination related to tenure security, including those resulting from change of marital status of the different sexes. And in particular, ensuring that there is equal tenure security for women and men, including the right to health and bequeath these rights. But specifically to the guidelines also, there are guidelines on gender equality and women's empowerment in the context of national food security and nutrition, and ensuring that we can be able to see the translation of GGTs by adopting this. So the voluntary guidelines on gender equality and women empowerment in food and nutrition security are presented as a strategic tool, that these are supposed to be applied by different stakeholders, including government, civil society organizations, private sector. So, and when I see this, the representation in this room, everyone in this room is supposed to be working and applying these guidelines. And these guidelines are aimed to inspire action, drive progress towards a future where all women and girls can achieve their full potential and enjoy their right to adequate food and nutrition. And I'm going to highlight the key provisions under the voluntary guidelines focusing on gender equality, women and girls empowerment. One is focusing on tackling structural barriers to gender inequality, and the barriers related to access to land, financial resources, and other productive resources. Barriers related to ensuring that the different institutions, both traditional and local authorities, recognize and respect the leadership of women and girls, and strengthening responsibility and commitment for successful transformation of an equal power relations. These are global guidelines that should be adhered to. The second key provision is focusing on empowerment of all women and girls, by ensuring that these are recognized as the rights holders and agents of change and leaders. And we have great women in the room as members of parliament, as leaders of civil society organizations, of the private sector, but also working with men, because we need men as champions of change. That the member states are also expected to promote women's and girls' agency and autonomy, and ensuring that they are participating actively and meaningfully in decision making and also in decision making to control their own lives and strategic actions affecting their lives. And this has been spoken about before, because most times decisions are made by another category of people, and women are expected to, follow. The key other provision under the gender equality and women empowerment is focusing on multi-stakeholder collaboration and partnership. And this is very critical, the fact that we are in a space in this room where we have different stakeholders, that we need to promote effective multi-stakeholder but also multi-sectoral collaboration, ensuring that we are working as leaders and allies to advance gender equality in the context of food security and nutrition. And that these partnerships and the partners are acting together to ensure that there is transparent rules of engagement and accountability. And I'm glad that in this meeting, this is one of the things that we'll be discussing by the end of the session, where we'll have to agree in terms of how we work together going forward by crafting the terms of reference. Specifically also, we have another legal binding document that speaks to the issues of women in agri-food systems, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Peasants and other people working in rural areas, and this is a resolution adopted by the Human Rights Council in 2018. And in the preamble, it stresses that peasant women and other rural women play a significant role in economic survival of their families and in contributing to rural and national economy. It highlights issues of ensuring that, you know, we need to address issues related to tenure security and ownership of land, equal access to land, productive resources and financial services, all aimed at addressing different forms of inequality and discrimination. And this is very critical, and this is a binding document that member states need to adhere to. Specifically, Article 4 of that declaration also speaks on issues of eliminating all forms of discrimination in both social, economic, and political and cultural spheres of life. And also, Article 4B2 ensures that peasant women and other women working in rural areas enjoy without discrimination all their human rights and fundamental freedoms. These are the commitments that our member states, not only in the IGAD region, but globally committed to. And under two subsections, E, F, G, and H, specifically highlight what needs to be done, including organizing self-help groups, and I'm glad here we're talking about farmer groups and cooperatives, and ensuring that they can be able to obtain equal access to economic opportunities for employment and self-employment, that women and girls participate in all community activities, they have equal access to financial services, and equal access to use of and management of land and natural resources. Another key in the global framework that I'd like to highlight, and which also speaks to actually the commitments under the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of 1967, has similar commitments to those in the declaration focusing on the peasants. And this Article 11 is also requires that member states are able to ensure that there is a right of everyone to adequate standard of living for himself and his family. And of course, this is a very gender neutral language, because thinking that, you know, all families are headed by men, but that there is an adequate food, clothing, and housing, and a continuous improvement of living conditions. And the subsections A, B, E, F, and G are similar to the commitments under the Peasants Declaration. We also have the CEDAW, the Convention on the Elimination of Forms of Discrimination Against Women of 1979, Article 14, which also has similar commitments to those in the previous two declarations that I presented. And they're also focusing on rural women and acknowledging the role that rural women are playing and ensuring that the discrimination is addressed. My first 5 minutes are gone. I would like to request my sister Khadija to take us through the continental and regional frameworks. I'll be coming for the second session.
Thank you, Honorable. Okay. I think I'm lost. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you so much for presenting the international policy frameworks and context. So we are going to present, I'm going to present the continental and regional framework. Of course, in Africa, we do have policy frameworks that are gender sensitive. So we start with the IGAD Gender Equality Strategy. So the IGAD Gender Equality Strategy has been adopted in 2023, and it's a strategy from the 2023-2030, and that is guiding the IGAD gender agenda in all divisions and programs. So in terms of agriculture, environment, and natural resources, the strategy has first identified challenges. What are the challenges that women are facing in the IGAD region? So these are the three challenges, which is the role and contribution of women in the agricultural sector is 70 to 80%, but they remain having less access to and control to productive resources. Then we know that women play a great role in rural economies, but yet their contribution is undermined by not having access to property rights and the communal land ownership, which governs most community in the regions. It's also, the strategy also recognizes the inequality between men and women as the major obstacle to agriculture and food nutrition security in the region. So what are the priority actions that the gender equality strategy has identified? It's that design and implement gender responsive and transformative programs according to the PDUs of all programs across the IGAD divisions. Increasing women access to and control over productive resources. Developing gender responsive value chains. Increasing women's participation in management of natural resources, and also investing on women access to technologies, which is very important, addressing gender issues in climate change adaptation and resilience building. So this was for the IGAD gender equality. Then we have the IGAD food and nutrition security strategy, which is a guiding, a kind of a Bible for the food system resilience program. The strategy that, like my colleague has mentioned, it was adopted in December 2024 by IGAD member state ministers. It is a document, a guiding document, that is guiding the food system resilience program through the 5 upcoming years. So the strategy also identified challenges in gender equality. So what are those challenges? These are the few ones that I have noted here. Gender inequality in food security and nutrition is a significant issue in the IGAD region. Women farmers face unique challenges in accessing climate information. Climate market access value chains often concentrated in the lower ranks and lower earnings. Gender norms, which is very important, gender norms restrict women's mobility, leading to violence and sexual harassment. Access to finance is also lower. So what are the key interventions that are proposed by this, that is proposed by the strategy is the facilitation to access to land, technologies, credit, agricultural input for women to enhance their productive capacity, provide technical assistance, advocate for the development and implementation of gender-responsive agricultural policies, which is very important also, integrate gender analysis in food assessment and program designing to better respond to gender needs, establish a woman group, which is what we are doing now, and we are going to establish also national committees to foster collaboration, knowledge sharing, and collective action. Our work also in the food system resilience program is also aligned with the continental agenda, which is the CADA program. The CADA program, I'm sure most of you have heard about it, is the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program that is a policy framework for agricultural transformation, wealth creation, food security, and nutrition, economic growth, and prosperity. A huge continental framework. Right? So this is the continental framework that has started from the Maputo Declaration, then to Malabo Declaration, and now we have the Kampala Declaration. So member states have committed to 7 commitment areas to transform African agriculture. So within these commitments, we do not have a gender or a woman or an inclusive commitment where we have critically mention gender. So the gender dynamics or the gender sector was implicitly highlighted in the fourth commitment, which is to reduce poverty by half 2025 through inclusive agricultural growth. And it was not significant at all for member states in Malabo Declaration. But and after that, there was these are the domains that the gender that the commitment 4 was highlighting in terms of gender. There were only 5 domains: decisions about agricultural production, control of use of income, leadership in the community, and time allocation. That is the only part that was allocated to gender in the Malabo Declaration. So, and unfortunately, member states, during the biennial review, because member states are also working on indicators in terms of, for the Malabo Declaration, they submit the biennial review cycle, and only Ethiopia and Kenya was able to provide information on these domains, right? So they were on track, as we say in the jargon of the CADAP. So, and then the the Kampala Declaration came in. The new strategy that has shifted from the African agricultural-led to agri-food systems approach, which is a very comprehensive framework that where now we had the member state committed to have one commitment exclusively on women and youth, which is a very big shift. And the commitment 4 is to ensure effective coordination systems are in place and there is inclusive participation in agri-food system governance with a special attention to women, youth, and vulnerable groups. So this is one of the biggest achievements of the African leaders. And the 6 commitments of this Kampala Declaration are here, as you can see. And the commitment 4, which we are focusing on, it's to advance inclusivity and equitable livelihoods. So reduce the number of people living in extreme poverty, reduce the yield gap between male and female farmers, empower women, youth, vulnerable groups in agri-food value chain, which is very clear now that member state has committed to advance the agenda of women and youth at national level. So these are the 22 targets of these commitments, and the 4 commitments that we at the IGAD level, we especially at the gender sector, these are the 4 commitments that we are going to focus on when it comes to the women agenda in CADAP. So at least 10% of annual public expenditures allocated to agri-food systems, which is very important for the member of parliaments, because member states have committed, ministers, heads of state have signed that they will allocate 10% of annual public expenditures. This is a target. We know that they are not going to allocate 10% by tomorrow, but this is a target. And of course, reduce extreme poverty by 50%. This is also a target. Empower 30% of women. By the end of the Kampala Declaration, member states committed to empower 30% of women in Africa. Reduce the yield gap between male and female farmers. Equality. This is also a target in the Kampala Declaration. I think my colleague also will take over now to highlight one of the implementations at the IGAD level, how the IGAD has implemented programs and interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Khadija, for highlighting these critical issues. I was seated next to a member of parliament, and she was like, this is where the problem is. Of course, the 10% commitment was made even in the past Malabo Declaration. And that's the reason we have the members of parliament, because we know at the end of the day that you're the ones that, pass these budgets. If you put your foot on the ground and said, no, we need more budget allocation here, it's possible. I'm happy Khadija indicated that you are going to roll this discussion to the national levels so that we can have, more comprehensive discussions with bigger, especially the members of parliament, so that we can be able to push for these issues. Anything to do with money rests with our excellencies, honorable members of parliament. So, yes, excellencies, my brothers and sisters, there is a very big problem. There is a very big problem. A recent report produced by FAO on the status of women in agri-food system highlights the challenges that don't only, that reflect what is happening everywhere across the globe, not only in the IGAD region, but in the entire world. And there is a problem that we must, these are the issues that we need to be discussing, that will inform what we need to carry forward, including in our food implementation of our food system resilience program, because if we don't do this, then we will not have contributed a lot. But I am glad that we have also invested in undertaking a similar exercise specifically for the IGAD region. I think the consultant is in the room who will be doing the profiling of the status of women in a good food system, specifically in the IGAD region. So the problem is, there are so many, as you can see, and this report, this presentation, and it could be shared with you all, but also I encourage us to read this report in detail to understand how big the magnitude of this problem. One, it states that women's access to land inputs, services, finance, digital technology, that for women lags behind men's. Of course we know, and for the men that in this room, you know what you are talking about. Discriminatory social norms and rules affecting women and girls at the heart of gender equality and are very slow to change. My brothers and sisters, we need to do something before we leave this room, because this is where the problem is. Agri-food systems are more important source of livelihood for women than for men in many countries. At the end of the day, we are the ones expected to ensure that food is on the table. And when it's not on the table, you know that domestic violence happens. Either your husband, your father, your brother, everyone expects that food is on the table. So there is a problem and we need to address it. One key interesting aspect I wanted to bring here, and which was already highlighted by Patricia, in this study that was done by FAO, it's clear that they reviewed 77% of the policy documents they reviewed. They highlighted issues, countries recognizing the role of women in agriculture and rural development. That these countries appreciate that there is a problem that needs to be addressed. But only 19% included policy goals related to gender. So what does that mean? That there happens a lot of talking most times. We acknowledge that there is a problem. But when it comes to policy provisions and budget allocation, then the story changes. And this is why we are here, and these are the issues we need to be discussing. These are more issues that also were highlighted from this study. That 22% of the women during COVID lost their jobs in the off-farm segment of our group food system. That was in the first year of COVID. Compared to only 2% of men, 22% of the women were affected compared to 2% in terms of losing their jobs in off-farm activities. On issues related to the budget, it indicated that closing the gender gap in farm productivity and the wage gap in agri-food system, it would increase global gross domestic product by 1%. And this would reduce global food insecurity by about 2% and reducing the number of food secure people by 45 million. So you see, these are statistics that we have and also the evidence that it brings in terms of if we took a different route and if we, for example, in Africa, you know, implemented just the CADIP commitments, what would be able to achieve? In general, women account for greater share of agricultural employment at lower levels of economic development. But they are faced with inadequate education, have limited access to basic infrastructure, high unpaid work burden, unpaid care work, poor and rural employment opportunities outside agriculture, and all these limit women's opportunities for farm work. So I don't want to read everything highlighted in this, but you can be able to read for yourself. Specifically, the gender gap in land productivity between female and male managed farms comes to of the same is 24%. You know, that is a very big challenge. That men have greater ownership or secure tenure rights over agricultural land than women in 40 or 45 countries that were studied and reported on that are currently reporting on sustainable development goals. I specifically want also to highlight the issue of the sector of the blue economy, that globally 21% of all workers in the fishery and aquaculture primary sectors are women, and 50% of all workers in the entire aquatic value chain, including pre- and post-harvest, are women. But women workers are significantly more likely than men to work part-time in other vulnerable positions. So of course, when you talk about food, it's not just about the land, but it's also about fishing and aquaculture, because we know how much also contributes to our food security and nutrition. The issues of national policies and budgets in East Africa and Latin America, most of us come from East Africa. This is where the problem is. That we still have a very big problem. Our policies are not speaking, our policy commitments, our budgets are not speaking to the realities on the ground. I'm told I have 0 minutes. Kindly give me 5 minutes, because what are we going to be discussing if people don't get this information? Women often have more sensitivity to climate shocks and natural disasters than men. You know, and their resilient capacities are also limited and different. So these are critical issues that I hope we're going to be discussing further here, and we can be able to find, you know, a common way, especially as members of the Women Forum, that we can be able to address these issues. Specifically on water, we've been talking about decision making, that even in the water management structures, globally, regionally, that we see a lot of issues related to underrepresentation of women in the decision-making, you know, the bodies. But there has been evidence in different countries, and the report highlights that there's a lot that has been done and that has worked. And one of them is that reducing gender inequalities in lives is a critical pathway towards gender equality and women empowerment. That is clear. That gender transformative approaches show promise in changing discriminatory norms across all areas. And we are going to speak more about what IGAD is doing around this. That land has impact on empowerment, investment, natural resource management, and all these issues, including gender-based violence. Effective and have high returns, and therefore there's more work needed to develop gender transformative approaches. How we can be able to address the gaps that have been highlighted, you know, in my previous slides. I want to highlight to do, but what I'm able to present here, because there's quite a lot that we have done in terms of addressing gender from a transformative approach. And from a transformative approach, I mean approach that is globally proposed and recommended and aims at addressing and empowering women at all levels. Empowering a woman as me in my capacity, in my household, at the community level, in the public sphere. That we need to address issues of women and men's consciousness. And men's courage and commitment is critical. And as IGAD, we have done some work I'll be sharing with you. We need to address issues related to women's access to resources. This includes voice, and that's why we have women in the room. Because when they are there, they speak, they share the experiences. Access to information, access to land. But also address social culture norms and exclusionary practices that maintain inequality in everyday practices, but also transform the way institutions work. And to see transformation in the way things work, be able to see the social norms change, we need to have interventions in different areas at the individual level. This is the change we need to see in the informal sector and the formal sector, and this one we need to see, but also bring about systemic change, because this contributes a lot in terms of how we can see the changes in all other domains. At IGAD level, we have been able to come up with, we've supported member states, started with the development undertaking of the gender sector, gender assessment of the land sector, and I'm glad we have Senate in the room. When we did this work, Senate was working with Sweden, our donor, and she supported this work. 1 minute. 1 minute. So we've been able to undertake the gender assessment of the land sector, which then resulted into the formulation of the IGAD Women's Land Rights Agenda. All the member states seated in this room, including Somalia that is not here, has got their Women's Land Rights Agenda. And we also have the Women's Land Rights Agenda. This agenda at the regional level was endorsed by ministers responsible for gender and ministers responsible for lands. If you can see here, you can see the one for Uganda, Kenya, if they haven't moved. So this is one of the work that we have been able to do.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I have to do 20 more seconds.
20
and then we'll
seconds.
move on. And maybe after lunch, we can go through.
To the women parliamentarians across the member states, except for Sudan. And we have been able to engage on issues of land, women's land rights, and climate resilience. Then also, we have been able to engage with the traditional leaders and religious leaders, specifically in the Muslim community, and we've been able to come up with the IGAD Women's Land Rights Agenda and reference guide for the Somali community, and also gender assess. All this is what we need to be building on, that we have been able to do, and I am glad that we have created this forum that is going to take this work forward, and I look forward to us discussing how best we can address specifically challenges and also consolidate the efforts that we have already started. So thank you for listening, and I sincerely apologize for taking your time, but this is about women, and thank you for allowing me more minutes to finish with this.
All right, thank you
But
so
in
much.
a very rushed manner.
It's so important. Another round of applause for both of our speakers. Yeah, such important work framing the issues, and as someone who has been presenting on this topic, I know that how important it is and how many details. Did such an amazing job setting out the larger picture from a global stage to a regional stage to a national stage. And now we really get to turn to where the rubber hits the road and talk about policy and exactly how we're all going to work together. So because we're supposed to be allowing questions during this period, but we do need to move on. I wanted to let you know that A, we are going to be sharing the presentations, and B, after lunch, it will be an entire dialogue where we'll be able to talk with one after lunch. So that said, I will take one quick question for our speakers, and then we will move to our policy panel. One question? It was a thorough presentation, but I know that there are more ideas and feedback out there. Okay, great.
Well, this lady, I don't remember her name.
Jocelyn.
Anyway, the latest presentation.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make a comment.
Please.
It was a good presentation. And it was a juicy presentation.
Another round
Bravo
of
and
applause.
congratulations.
Yes.
And I hope we shall have the copies of the presentation at the end of the day. This is exactly what is happening at home. Our parents used to work in the farms, doing all sorts of things, weeding and even plucking, but they don't know where the money goes. The men in this room will have to tell us something. They will have to tell us a story about that. And this is what we need to end. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent comment. Yes. And the men are just such important, powerful partners in all of this. Ben, cheer for not doing time. So here you go.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation since morning, really, about women and youth. And especially the last presentation was really marvelous. She touched all aspects of women and youth. And what I've noticed ever since morning, the presentations only touches men and youth, women and youth. How about the people with disabilities and the special needs? They are part and parcel, unless they are silent, unless we want to put them silent throughout the presentation or throughout the activities in the ground. We need to mention them because disability is not inability. So please, I've been always shouting about that. Let's include them now, not tomorrow, so that they don't feel, they, even here, they are not there. They don't feel they are isolated. In our ministry, we say, let's leave nobody behind. So we're trying to leave, but still we keep mentioning youth and women, which is not the case. But I plead personally that we should include the people with disabilities or people with special needs. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Inclusivity is so important. And I will just make a note, too, that inclusivity in languages is also very important as we bring in more farmers and community representatives. And with that, I know there are other comments, but we will move to our policy discussion. And just please keep your comments because we will have a full-on dialogue this afternoon.
Thank you so much, Erin. So the next one, one round of applause for the previous session. Well done. And as Erin said, we'll have all the time in the afternoon to dissect everything that has been raised, and we'll have a discussion, very focused discussions. So the next session will be a panel discussion on policy investments and advancing gender equality. To call the panelists, I'll invite Khadija.
I mean that Somalia cannot join us. It's unfortunate, but they will join us tomorrow, and they're because of the flight issues. So I'm going to call the Ministry of Women from Djibouti to the stage, and Uganda Parliament representatives, MP, Uganda, yes, yes. You are the MP, right? Yes, please, at the stage. And South Sudan, Ministry of Gender from South Sudan, on the stage. And I'm calling Kenya. Kenya from the Ministry of Gender. Are you from the Ministry of Gender? Agriculture? Okay, I want somebody from the Ministry of Women Affairs. No? Ministry of Women Affairs, Kenya. You are here, yeah, please, on the stage. Thank you. So we have South Sudan, yeah, Djibouti, South Sudan, Parliament, South Sudan Parliament, right? Okay, so we take the Parliament. Yes, please, we take the Parliament from. Okay. Okay. Gender, please. And Uganda and Kenya. Thank you. Yes. Wait. Then Ministry of Women Affairs from Ethiopia can join the. So this is a panel discussion. We will ask you 3 questions, and each one will be given maximum 2 minutes on policy investment in your respective countries. So tell us about the policy investment. She is going to ask you the questions, and then please take 2 minutes maximum to brief us on the policy, the actual frameworks in your country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Khadija, and thank you, Your Excellencies delegates, for joining us on this critical component. Okay. So, in our respective countries, so the current state of gender responsive policies, what do they look like in your countries? The current state of gender responsive policies. I think you have the microphones, so tell us which countries you represent, and then 2 minutes, please. What does it look like now?
Yes, good afternoon or good morning. My name is Mutisha Mwindi from State Department for Gender Affairs and Affirmative Action in Kenya. In brief, in Kenya we have various gender responsive policies. We have the Constitution of Kenya, which actually outlines most of the issues of gender equality and women economic empowerment across all sectors, including agriculture and food systems. We have also the National Policy on Gender and Development, which actually makes the gender mainstreaming across all sectors by guiding all ministries and county governments to integrate gender consideration into planning, programming, and service delivery. We have also the Vision 2030. Vision 2030 under 2 pillars, social and economic. And more important, we have the medium-term expenditure framework, which implements the Vision 2030, which links the national priorities with the sectoral budget allocation. Of late, we have an innovative way of doing it, although it has not taken root so much, where we are emphasizing on gender-responsive budgeting across government programs. And finally, we have the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which gives priority to inclusive economic growth by expanding opportunities for women, youth, and persons with disability across all the sectors, and particularly agriculture, micro and small enterprises, and the digital economy. Recently, we have 2 policies which have been approved by the cabinet, and now in parliament. We have the national policy on women economic empowerment and the national care policy. I will touch on this national care policy because it aims at reducing the care burden and the unpaid work borne by women, and as my earlier presenter, business. And therefore, this policy will actually give women more time to practice agribusiness. And recently, 2 months ago, Kenya adopted the Women Entrepreneurs Finance Code, which aims at where all the financial regulators committed to support and finance at least any economic empowerment to women. So all these policy frameworks, particularly they are all relevant for food systems information, because women play a very important role in agricultural production, food processing, marketing, and household nutrition. Therefore, strengthening women access to land.
The details, we'll come back on the details later. I think once we have the framework where we are, and then next we'll continue with the next questions to elaborate some more on the affairs. Okay, so where are we? Ethiopia, what's the state of, the current state of gender responsive policies look like?
Thank you so much. My name is Debebe. I'm the Senior Special Advisor to the Minister of Women and Social Affairs. Thank you for this critical question. It's of course similar with other colleagues from Africa. Currently, we have developed, the women policy, and now we presented to the cabinet. It's under review. Probably it will be legislated very soon in the parliament, because I'm just saying the parliament member here. The other one is we have already implemented the Women Economic Empowerment Strategy. It's under implementation. And also the challenge of the woman, I think, is similar all over the Africa. But here in Ethiopia, just what I would like to raise the question for others also, but the political commitment is very, very, very important. But now here in Ethiopia, I think the government has taken a serious action to change the narrative of the challenges of the women. Currently, in the federal government parliament, the number of the member of the parliament, I think close to 50%. So that shows the commitment that taken by the government to empower women and to discuss their issue. So they are challenging even the members of the other male parties to include, the issues of what we call the barriers that inhibit, to develop the women. Thank you so much, but I was not told to come up the detailed data, for the panelists. Thank you so much.
We just want to know we just want to have the general picture. Thank you so much. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am Liz Chelule, the county women rep in the National Assembly. I represent a county in Nakuru County. What has been done under the current state of gender responsive policies in Kenya is available funds. Our country has created funds that targets the women, the people living with disability, and the youth. And there are so many types of funds. And in an office where I sit as the representative, there is a fund that is called National Government Affirmative Action Fund. And this fund targets the women, the youths, and people living with disability. The fund is a grant. They are not supposed to get back that or to pay back to the government, but they are supposed to use the money in the best way they know to help themselves, especially, and then they just start lending that money to themselves. So that they will be able to run their daily businesses. And government giving such table a grant money is a great thing to the women of Kenya. So I really want to appreciate our country for affording the so many types of fund. There is a fund that is fund. This money goes to the people with disability, the youths, and the women. And it has really empowered our women. We are happy that we are so privileged to have attended this meeting. I'm so happy. And I think at the end, we shall have to share more. Thank you.
Yes, and we're happy to have you as well. And that's a great initiative, a great resource. Okay, South Sudan.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, for South Sudan, gender responsive policies, we are in the critical transitional phase, moving from the foundational legal ratification to the protocol and other regional and international instruments which call for women empowerment. But we are still in the initial phases for how to implement those policies. Recently, South Sudan has established, national gender monitoring framework, and it is finalized just in the late 2025. And this framework systematically track and measure progress on gender equality, like to have reports with the gender disaggregated data, and also the Ministry and the National Bureau for Statistics We develop also the national gender strategy, which is from 2023 to 2020 of gender statistic across all ministries to close the gap of the data. And also, as we know from our in the establishment of the funds for like the Women Enterprise Fund and the Youth Enterprise Fund. And the Ministry of Gender, we developed the policy for the Women Enterprise Fund, and also the youth is under the Ministry of Youth. And all these policies is in the cabinet, is yet not passed, so that it comes to the implementation.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, next.
Bonjour, salam alaikum. Donc, avant tout, je remercie les organisateurs d'avoir mis en place cette première importante conférence où nous sommes à une époque où la question de l'agriculture demeure une question vitale. J'ai également aussi apprécié l'action qui a été évoquée lors de l'ouverture, l'action sur la place et le rôle de la femme en tant qu'actrice dans l'agriculture et la garantie de la sécurité alimentaire. Et comme vecteur de la bienveillance de l'équidrecensement, le dernier recensement, la population, donc, elle est estimée à 50% de femmes, 50% des hommes. Et nous sommes une population très très jeune, en moyenne d'âge 22 ans. Il faut savoir qu'aussi Djibouti repose sur un héritage pastoral nomade. Et donc la question de l'agriculture aussi, elle n'est pas négligée. Nous avons donc au niveau du ministère de la Femme et de la Famille, on est passé à la deuxième politique. La première politique, on s'est consacré sur tout ce qui est droit des femmes comme fondamental dans les actions. D'abord, de la première politique nationale du genre est de garantir la reconnaissance, la protection et la promotion des droits des femmes comme condition essentielle du développement 2030. Par contre, là, elle met l'accent sur le renforcement de la résilience des communautés face au changement climatique et qui affecte directement. Et il faut aussi souligner que, bon, comme on a 2 minutes, c'est ça? Il me reste 1 minute, ok? Il faut aussi souligner que Djibouti, dans la vision de Djibouti, des femmes économiquement indépendantes d'ici 2035. Il faut aussi souligner que Djibouti n'a aucune discrimination légale qui n'empêche les femmes à accéder aux passerelles agricoles. Seulement, il faut, donc la question qui est revenue dans les différentes présentations, c'est la question des prix élevés des passerelles et le manque d'eau pour l'irrigation. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. Merci.
Thank you so much, Chair and the moderator for this program. I'm from Uganda and a member of parliament representing the women, and I also chair the Committee on Agriculture. Uganda has got a lot of actions regarding to the gender responsive policies. One is from the Constitution, Article 33, that empowers a woman to participate in all areas and also enable them to attain their full potential. We have also other laws, the national gender policies. We have our national development plan that is now NDP4, where gender responsive and gender equality has to cut across all sectors, and it's a mandate. Without that, you cannot get the certificate during the ministerial policy statement. We also have the agricultural extension policies that helps in advisory, creation of awareness, and other agri-food system value chains. We have also the Land Act that has enabled our women to have the land rights. And on that same note, our women seated idle, whether rural or an elite class, is working hard to ensure that we calling upon the women to rise up as the backbone and feed the nation. Government have also come with various interventions. We have the Uganda Women Empowerment Program, which lasted for 10 years. Government was sponsoring it, and the women paid back 80%, paid back, and now the project is funding itself. It's out of the revolving fund that the women are using. We have also GROW programs, GROW both the elite and women in various enterprises, and also women groups. We have parish development model, which has taken this program to the village level, because our focus is to ensure that all women rise up to move forward for various empowerment that would make their life much better. And the government have given 30% to women. It's restricted. 30% to women, 30% to the youth, and 10% to the people with disability. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have done a lot.
Yeah.
Though time is limited.
I know.
But women are not just participants in a great food system. Women are the backbone.
True.
Thank you.
And these points that you have in your notes, I'm sure they will come up in the coming discussions, because we have time in the afternoon during the breakout sessions that actually will give us more time to go in detail with the discussion. So while you still have the microphone, let me ask the next question. So this one is I think 1 minute is enough, because I want you to be really leather focused on this one. Where is the cutting edge work happening right now in Uganda? And this goes to each one of you, 1 minute each. Where is the cutting edge work happening?
The cutting edge have shifted mainly from creation of awareness to economic empowerment. And it's a statement that every citizen in the country knows it's about wealth creation. And as 60 to 70% of the population depend on agriculture, government has come up with various policies, programs that is moving forward to agro-industrialization of the economy. Thank you.
Fantastic. Wealth creation and industrialization. Great. Djibouti?
Excusez-moi, je n'ai pas bien entendu la question. C'était à propos.
The question is, where is the cutting edge work happening right now?
D'accord. Les actes spécifiquement à l'agriculture ou bien les actes D'accord. D'accord, comme je vous ai donc l'agriculture.
Agriculture.
Voilà. Comme maintenant je vous ai dit, la première donc politique qui s'est basée principalement sur la reconnaissance des droits des femmes. Voilà. Donc il y avait des projets donc de sensibilisation sur le droit. Après ça, il y a eu aussi des formations sur l'éducation, parce qu'une femme qui connaît ses droits, elle doit aussi s'éduquer. Donc, la troisième axe, c'était l'autonomisation économique de la femme. Dans le cadre donc, des projets d'autonomisation en faveur de la promotion de l'agriculture, il y a eu 2 projets. Il y a un projet qui s'intitule sur la résilience communautaire, et il est focalisé au niveau des régions rurales. Ce projet-là, donc, il a 3 axes. Comme je vous ai dit, il y avait un axe qui parle que la femme rurale doit savoir lire et écrire, parce qu'elle doit savoir aussi compter et faire sa comptabilité, et faire aussi la liste des besoins concernant l'agriculture, par exemple. Donc, il y a eu un programme d'alphabétisation en langue locale. Après ça, il y a eu aussi les femmes rurales. Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont fait concernant vraiment l'agriculture? Il y a eu aussi, avec l'appui du ministère de l'Agriculture, des formations, comme je vous ai signalé, que Djibouti, c'était un pays à héritage pastoral. Donc, il fallait un peu réfléchir ou bien les sensibiliser sur l'importance aussi de l'agriculture. Donc, le ministère de quel moment il faut semer donc l'agriculture, hein, la terre est fertile, et donc ils ont eu l'éducation, on les a montés à faire un business plan spécifique, spécifique à chaque localité, parce que nous avons 5 régions et chaque région est spécifique.
Okay.
Je n'ai pas encore complété. Après, il faudra améliorer la production agricole. Là, il y a eu des fonds de démarrage et il y a eu aussi des accompagnements au niveau de la formalisation.
Right.
Voilà, ça c'est la première politique nationale. La deuxième politique nationale, là...
No, it's okay. We just want one priority area. Yes, thank you. The cutting edge work that's happening right now. Merci beaucoup. Shukran. Okay.
For the South Sudan,
1
the
minute
cutting
for the
edge
next
work,
one.
Okay. It's currently focused on the digitalized informal financial system, like using of the M-Grush and also the MTN money transfer supported by the World Bank, SOASIP, or South Sudan Women Social Economic Empowerment Project. We use that digital system, and it was easy actually to use and to access more beneficiaries. And also training of the women. As we know, women are not, most of the women, they cannot use the smartphone, but also now we introduce we do a capacity building or training for women on how to use a smartphone so that they can be also using the digital system. Thank you.
Great, okay. So, Kenya.
Thank you. Cutting edge work happening right now. Kenya is witnessing innovative and impactful initiatives that support women farmers and agribusiness entrepreneurs. And this includes some programs. And there's a program in our country called Kilimo Biashara. Kilimo Biashara, it is a Kiswahili Kilimo is a Kiswahili term. Biashara is also Kiswahili term, meaning that women were advised not to be doing farming just for the sake of farming, but they do farming as a way of doing business. So they were introduced. This program brought together the Kenyan government plus with the African Development Banks and other financial institutions to make sure that they support women get loan to do their farming and to do their processing and even marketing. So women have been supported for the value chain financing, enabling women to participate in processing, storage, and marketing. They've been capacitated also for financial literacy. I mean, before a bank decides to give women money, they must go through a kind of education to be sure of how to manage the money and how they will just refund back that money. So this is an innovation that was done by our government of Kenya. Thank you.
What was the Kiswahili word?
The Kiswahili word is kilimo. Kilimo is farming.
Okay.
And biashara is doing business. So it's not about doing farming alone, but make sure as you farm, make sure you are earning something.
Yeah.
So through this program, women are doing farming where they will still feed their families and at the same time earn money for their economic growth.
Okay, kilimo biashara.
Yes.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think, as I mentioned earlier, the Constitution of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, which was adopted in 1995, provides, the robust legal protection for women regarding the land rights, aiming to redress historical inequalities, which has been, presented colleagues from IGAD. And the primary constitutional provisions are founded under Article 35, says rights of women, and Article 40, rights to property. So now, currently our ministry is doing to ensure the land rights. It's a fundamental change in Ethiopia. So women have the right, like the other male, to have the land in rural areas. So now we are ensuring that. And also we are accessing the finance resources in the rural areas and all women, I would say. And so that is as I try to mention, the political commitment has been taken by the government to change the life of the woman. So these are the very fundamental changes currently implemented in Ethiopia. And also we have them, the consolidated technologies for their agricultural improvement. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much. I think Kenya already represented. Great. Okay. Awesome. Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for our panelists. I know you have questions. You've been wanting or you've been waiting to ask them questions. So raise your hands and then tell us your names and then tell us who you're directing your questions to so they will be prepared. All right, questions? Oh, yes.
Ethiopia's land right access, and perhaps any of you could speak to this, but how difficult is it to enact a policy and then actually see it in practice? Like, are you actually seeing women start to have more ownership over land?
Ethiopia got one question. Oh.
Thank you. My question goes to Kenya. From your presentation, you've actually implemented a number of strategies. One of the challenges that Uganda faces is the bridging of gap between policy and implementation. And how have you as a country been able to bridge this gap? Thank you.
Second question for Kenya. All right, yes.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm asking if any of the country have a gender country profile regarding the food system.
Gender country profile? Okay. For the food system. Gender country profile for the food system. Okay. Maybe let's start with these questions and then we'll continue with the second round. So, Ethiopia and the land rights.
Thank you so much, my sister. Yes, it's a very critical question. Yes, as a nation, Ethiopia is the population number is now closely getting to 130 million. It's a big nation. And even the society is very conservative regarding the resource. But as I mentioned, the constitution of the land has stipulated, the rights for women, particularly to have the access of land. So, of course, there is differences or variations depend on the regional states. But as a Minister of Women and Social Affairs, now we are the mandate to check whether this land is really, the constitution is exercised, is not. But there is a big push and there is a big progress in Ethiopia, women to have an access of land. But it's still challenging there. But there is a political commitment and also, the empowering women at the federal level as well as the regional level is really getting improving, and then that would, the women's right is very, there is a big improvement. This is, if I understood your question very well. Gender country profile, probably from the Minister of Agriculture, I would answer this question. As far as I know, regarding the food system, I lack information on that. Yes.
Good afternoon once more. I'll be assisting my sister to answer the question on the issues of the agri-food system from the Ministry of Agriculture. But I want to answer my sister from Uganda. How have you been able to implement some of these things? We have not implemented our policies 100%, but we have made a step in implementing most of this. How have we been able to do it? This is, when we talked about gender mainstreaming frameworks, we have officers, we have focal point officers in all the ministries, including agriculture, who are actually trained, capacity build, and they actually assist in mainstreaming gender issues in all the ministries. So that way we are able to implement, if not all 100%, somehow. If the funds have also been established, as the Honorable Member of Parliament has said, and they are already operational, they have CEOs, and the people have been sensitized, and they are taking money, and they are actually using the money to change their life. So we have actually moved from the intervention actually going to institutionalize the gender programs. I think I have answered you.
Yes, okay. Sorry? No, she will answer the question for Kenya, for the country profile, yes.
Thank you, good afternoon all. Yes, I can add on what he has said, that how we are able to bridge between the policy and implementation. The government of Kenya, mainly in all programs, funded and country-funded programs, also by other public and other, by state and non-state actors. All of them, they implement along the gender inclusion and affirmative actions guidelines within the country. So as they draw their programs, projects, and plans, they are all guided by that, and they are able to implement that in the field. That is how we guide them in implementing. Also, there is a lot of cooperation and partnerships in the implementation of both state and non-state projects within the country. So there is a lot of also collaboration, so that many of the projects and programs that are being implemented have gender and social inclusion issues, bringing in the issues of women, the issues of youth, the vulnerables, and also those with disability. Even the marginalized, you know, they are there are people who are really marginal who don't want to come out. There are some programs who really bring them out so that you are able to take their issues as a group and address the issues. And also funding is also directed to the same. Thank you.
I'll come. Yes, for the country profile, Ethiopia.
Okay, it is a nice question. As parts of gender equalities and women empowerment in the agricultural sector of Ethiopia, we have gender equality strategies. These gender equality strategies serve as a roadmap for enhancing gender equalities and women empowerment in the agricultural sector of South Ethiopia. We have also gender mainstreaming guidelines. This gender mainstreaming guidelines serves as how to mainstream gender in each aspect of program and the project is implemented by Ministry of Agriculture. And also there are also supporting agencies which support the implementation of this gender profiles, such as UN Women, and also we have FAO also supporting the implementation of this gender profile. So every program and project designed within the Ministry of Agriculture is based on this gender profile and aligned with our gender equality strategies of the agricultural sector of Ethiopia. Thank you.
Great. That's a great one. Any other country who wants to add on the country profile? Oh, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. From Uganda side, we have highly profiled and documented agri-food system, and it is central in our economy, contributing to 25% of our GDP and 64% of our employment. And the system is actively undergoing transformation, with focus shifting from subsistence farming towards processed higher value goods. And this is being supported by national policies like the NDP4, and we are focused on key aspects in this profile. One is the structure, which is primarily agriculture that dominates 60.9 of our GDP, and also there's also a strong shift towards downstream activities, with processed products accounting to 40.2% of our consumer demand. Another is on performance. The sector is also maintaining a strong positive trade surplus, exporting more than 4 times the value of our imported agri-food commodities. We also have put focus on value chains, which crops dominate, with major focus on coffee, dairy, and horticulture. In transformative drivers, the government, along with other partners, is also mapping the agri-food system to drive sustainable, inclusive growth and enhance resilience against climate change, which is becoming a main problem, with a particular focus on digital innovation. We are also having some challenges which we are planning to address, like challenges in addressing regional inequalities in infrastructure, improving nutritional security, and we are right now even enacting a food and security nutrition law, which is almost coming before Parliament. Also, before my committee, there is also a contract farming bill to help our farmers not to be exploited, because the laws we have is mainly on off-farm, but not on-farm. Okay. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I will give one, do you have anything to add? Okay. Yes.
I wanted to answer a question from a lady from Uganda, but it has been answered by our brother here. But
okay. Then.
Yeah, but there's something that I want to say about the women. In Kenya, women have been sensitized. I mean, the general community has been sensitized, right from the national to the community, to the grassroots level, that there is need to include women, people with disability, and the youth in every kind of program, whether it is business, whether it is a general, whether it is participation of any kind, whether in committees. There are different committees at different levels. In Kenya, at the community level, we have different committees. Those that stands for water, for roads, for electricity, infrastructure. And in all these committees, women and the youth and people with disabilities, and even the vulnerable, the ethnicity, are also included. So our general sensitization has really helped us as a country. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. You can keep it. Okay. Yes.
Thank you for the panelists, actually. Actually, mine related to the in the issue presented by Jocelyn and Khadija. One of the big challenges is the availability of data in terms of ability and quality. And when you look to, for example, when you look to the data on the women on this BR, what you call is a platform actually, is an e-platform at the country level, where to assure that the data segregated to get continental and regional information, where I talk about this agri-food system in the upcoming Kampala declaration. My question is here, are you at the country level institutionally involved in data collection process on this tracking system or not? Because for me, that is the way that institutional role of women in data collection in this platform. If not, how can we help to get that? Because as mentioned by Khadija, only I think Kenya and one of the other countries, Ethiopia, they have segregated data in that last BR. And now we are doing the last BR, I think, something like that. So I think my question is here, to what, because at each country there is there is a committee where handling this process of data, where data for women, access even to land or something like that. Are you part of the process at the country level as institution? If not, to what extent, how can you support that process? To be part, like, have, like, to address this issue at least of data. Thank you.
Anyone, okay? Yes, any of the countries. Okay. Sorry.
Thank you so much, brother. Yes, regarding data, we have the comprehensive data regarding the women, because we have a statistical agency who is responsible to compile the data of the nation. So we have that, and policy is being formulated from this data. So, if I'm not mistaken, we have detailed data. So one can easily access, if you Google the national statistical data, you can get the detailed information regarding the Ethiopian women. Thank you.
Okay.
For us in South Sudan, actually, it is our big challenge, the data system. And we don't have a specific data for women, unless if you can get, like for the women economic empowerment, you can get in the Ministry of Trade and Industry, or women with women and agri-food system or agriculture, you can get in agriculture or Ministry of Agriculture. So we don't have an specific overall data system for women. And for us, Ministry of Gender, you can get maybe an administrative data sometimes on women representation and other.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think this is a very critical question. In the breakout sessions later on, this is one of the things the groups will focus and discuss on, because data is very critical at this point. So what we're going to do right now is appreciate our panelists. Thank you so much. It's no, we'll later on we'll have time. Don't worry. We have other presentations, and the breakout sessions will give us all the opportunity. But thank you very much for taking your time to share from your experience and your knowledge. So Kenya, Ethiopia, Kenya, South Sudan, Djibouti, and Uganda. Thank you very much. Let's please send them back to their chairs with warm applause. Okay, looks like we need to stretch, right? Yeah, people are sitting for a long time. Yes, please, let's bring Paul, and he will do his magic.
Great. My name is Paul, part of the team. Okay, can you start behind your chair? Start behind your chair. You can do that in French, you can do that in Arabic. Are you there? Listen in, we'll be doing this, and we'll do up to 8. Let me explain. We are saying, your work is to look at me, yeah? And do as I do. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Are we together? 2 plus 2 equals 4. Okay, can we do? 2 plus 2 equals 4. Okay,
Oh, wow. All our muscles, ligaments, joints have been awakened. Thank you so much.
Paul, thank you so much. Round of applause for Paul. Amazing. And we have an encore energizer coming next from one of our guests here. Woo, welcome her.
Are we all up or others are not interested? The sick ones will sit. But if you want to stretch yourself, please get up. We're going to write the word coconut, okay? You know coconut? C-O-C-O-N-U-T? Okay, so we start. You see what I'm demonstrating? Coconut. Hear some sounds. Back. O. Go round and bring the O. Then C to the other side. O. And you go down. You. Auntie. You, auntie.
Great. Thank you so much. So, yeah, keep your energizers. Later on, we need them, so we will take volunteers. Thank you so much. Okay, Khadija, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. Now we've heard from the policymakers, parliaments, ministries. We heard you. We know that there are frameworks, strategies. Women agenda is strongly, governments are committed strongly to women in agriculture in each member state. Now, let us verify if that is true. We are going to call the cooperatives, people on the ground, on the fields, and the private sector who is supporting women farmers. So let me call Djibouti, Madam Fahima from the cooperative section. Uganda, cooperative sector. Can you please, Mr. Johannes from the COP Bank. Kenya, we also need you. The financial institutions for Kenya. Do we have Kenya, private sector? No, okay, so let's call cooperative from Kenya. Oh, we do have, yes, thank you. Of course, the cooperative from Kenya, the AWAC, will also contribute. So, and Uganda? Uganda we have, yeah, she's, okay. Do we have full house? So, yeah, but because there is an issue with the language. So if she has, if she wants to contribute, then you will translate and then, yeah? Okay. This panel, it's composed of the private sector and the cooperatives. So you will have each section, each institution, which is the cooperative, you will have 2 questions. Private sector will have 2 questions. So be brief. We know that you are after lunch. So thank you. Place 2 questions.
Okay, welcome. What an exciting panel and so many conversations around women farmers, government officials, and we so rarely actually get the farmers and private sector at the table. So I'm just really excited to hear your commentary. Again, yes, please be brief, and we're really interested to know whether or not the policymakers that we just heard from are truly addressing the farmer needs. And so we'll start with the farmers. Please keep your responses to 1 to 2 minutes. The question is, do policies respond to women farmers' needs? So we will start with, if you are representing farmers, can you raise your hand? Okay, excellent. We will start here in the middle, my colleague. Please answer the question, do policies respond to women farmers' needs? And there's 3 microphones, please share, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Frida Kabadi. I represent the Association of Women in Agriculture Kenya. Yes, I would say the policies are looking into the women farmers' needs, but we still have a role to play in implementation because we still have some gaps. For instance, when we look at the land ownership in Kenya, it's strictly patriarchal. And then also access to finance, despite women comprising the bulk of smallholders, they receive less than 10% available for agricultural credit. Then also for the extension services, they are limited. And I would like to send a message to the parliamentarians. When you look at the GDP contribution by the agriculture, it's 32%. And the allocation in the budget for agriculture is 1.1%. And if you are talking of policies, then we really need to have an increase in the agricultural budget allocation. Then also, I want to speak on the grassroots farmer, the farmer that is going through challenges of climate change. This vulnerable farmer who is not able to access the credit. How are we as the country trying to reach the grassroots farmers? Yes, we have various funds, the Enterprise Fund and other funds, but are they reaching the grassroots farmer? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please, to your left, if you can answer the question about policy making and if it's responding to women's farmers' needs.
Yes. And my name is Fahima. I'm a farmer first, and I'm head of a cooperative of women. And it's true that, for example, my country, Djibouti, a lot of policy and, programs, they respond to our needs. But you have to know that the policy exists, but we need stronger ones. Firstly, access to land, and for me, when people talk about policy, you have to know that most of the people who make policy don't go to the ground. I always ask them, before you make any policy, please come and see. And let's say if we had, drought also. So it means like our harvest is like divided now in by third. You have to know also Djibouti, water is saline. We got erosion. And those seeds who are coming, from countries who are not the same like Djibouti are actually killing, our lands. So I say yes, the policy are there, and we got our Ministry of Women, IGAD also. Yes, there's a lot of policy for women, but we need stronger one, but more and to the reality. That's why I ask always, before you make any policy, go and visit the ground. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are really great messages out there. Our next farmer, yes, please, farmer representative.
No.
Yeah. I'm glad, though, that the finance sector is listening closely. There's some good messages for you, too.
Okay, thank you. My name is Olivia Tebaise, a farmer representative. And I'm a farmer myself, right in the grassroots. But this is what I have to tell you. Some policies are made without information from the grassroots people. They come up with their policies. They don't come back to the grassroots woman. Or, in fact, the presentation by Jocelyn is the same presentation that I came up with, taking in account what happens to the grassroots woman. We are the majority of farmers, but we lack financial support, despite the fact that the government has a bank, Uganda Development Bank, to give loans to farmers, but without a title on land, which our cultures prohibits us as women. Land is for the man. A woman has no access to the land. When you go to marketing, marketing is done after the woman has done the production. It is the man that do the marketing. So you find that the policies that are made by the government do not help a woman down in the grassroots. So I beg our top leaders, when they make policies come back to the woman down so that they tell you what they go through. As a border resident, in fact, there are organizations that have helped women somehow, and we've formed cooperatives too, to help women themselves see a way of managing their productions. They manage the women farmers together with the cooperators, are the same members that produce, and then try to see that they add value to their what? To their production. But even there, we need capital, which we cannot access in any what? In any financial institutions.
Yes.
So I beg, please help us in that way. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. Just a round of applause for our amazing women cooperatives who are speaking up and really making excellent points. And that's a great segue for our question to the financial sector here, the private sector here, is really echoing a lot of what our cooperative representatives have said. What innovative approaches are your institutions implementing that better support women farmers? You've heard a lot of these challenges. If you could take 1 minute each and respond to this question. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Of course, we're a post-conflict country. And when it comes to financing, the two conflicts of 2013 and 2017 has driven a lot of lending and the rest underground because people don't want to risk. So I'm among the financiers because we run a very good, well-structured savings and credit cooperatives. And we realize that the problem of women cannot be solved by one person or by a country alone, especially South Sudan. And most of these things are the process, formative and the rest about women program. But overall, South Sudan has already, as a result of the revitalized peace agreement, 30%, 35% of anything across the board goes to women. Parliament, all across. And specific projects, programs about financing and agriculture. Some of these things have reached a stage where cannot go through in the parliament, because our parliament sometimes go into recession for a very long time because of the problems we have there. And the priority seems to be about governance and those structures, because if you don't have serious stability, it is very difficult to rush other things. But for us in the private sector, we don't wait for that. So what we did was we tried to have some mitigations or de-risk some of these small loans for women by reaching out to companies and industry leaders, and then they put their funds there, and then we reach to the women with some of this.
Yeah, thank you so much. And also speaking to, financial stability, if you want to be able to provide good financial products, it is so important to think about the context in which you're providing them. So thank you so much for those comments.
Okay, thank you. I am Johannes from Cooperative Bank of Oromia. To give you some context, our bank is established by farmers and cooperatives, so we are near to farmers and cooperatives. Like as our colleagues explained earlier, we don't have a policy issue in almost all of the countries. The issue is implementation. For implementation, we need to have innovative approach. We need to be innovative enough so that we will reach out to the women and the farmers down there. Here in Ethiopia, it is very critical to have access to finance for women and agriculture sector in general. But as a bank, we highly invested in innovation, and like 3 years ago, we came up with innovative product called Michu. It is an uncollateralized digital lending product where we finance MSMEs engaged in all sectors, including agriculture. Through this, like we have almost in 3 years, we reach around 3.2 million loan application, and we managed to disperse 2.7 million loan accounts, around 48 billion Ethiopian birr loan, which is about 312 million USD. From this, we came to know that women are a good borrower and a good repair, so that we came with a new product like 1.5 years ago called Michukia, which is dedicated to women only. And we managed to provide 2.1 million loan application and for 2 million women, business owner, agriculture, farmers, and managed to disperse 17 billion Ethiopian birr, which is around 112 million USD. So this is a critical achievement to address women in agriculture and elsewhere in other sectors. And we are also working on specifically designed agriculture product in collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture, where they have, data of land, farmer land, and we are utilizing that data to run, credit scoring and provide input financing loan for women. So we are doing this as
Thank you.
Based on
15 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. Excellent comments. Thank you so much. The data really is important, and being innovative in the implementation, very important.
Thank you. My name is Akeno Tom from Agricultural Finance Corporation, Kenya. This is a state agency that is mandated to provide financial access to the agri space, specifically to women. I just want to point out a few initiatives that we've come up with, especially to the aspect of lack of collateral. So what we are doing in AFC is we are doing what we call wholesale lending to cooperatives and also to SACCOs, who can in turn lend to the women and the other members through their lending model in terms of guarantorship. And then we are also having a product we are calling lending to anchor clients who are working with women, and these anchor clients are able to maybe provide access to funding through inputs and anything required for them to access credit, and also provide a market to them as off-takers when they are doing the off-taking of the various agricultural products. Another intervention that we've come up with is the warehouse receipt financing, which is actually a commodity financing model, so that we don't ask you for collateral. Once you deposit your commodities to a certified warehouse, you can come with the warehouse receipt to us, and we discount it for you to access credit. I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague from cooperative in Ethiopia. Women are actually the best payers of loans. We need to clap for them. So we should not discriminate them on other aspects. I think we should profile them in terms of their credit scoring abilities, and the impact of the projects that they are undertaking. So I think as an institution, in our current strategic plan, we want to have them attain the 30% threshold of our portfolio. Currently, we are at 11, but I'm sure by 2027, we are going to do the 30 because we are having a lot of partnerships around funding to women, youth, and people with disability. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent. It's first round of questions. I'm going to turn now to our colleague from Sudan to answer a couple of questions through our translator. First, if you could just briefly introduce yourself and also respond to farmer cooperative questions on if the policies we've heard today respond to women farmers and what are the most pressing challenges. If you could just quickly speak to that.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Selma Abdelrahim. I am from Sudan, Food Security Technical Secretariat. In Sudan, although there are policies aimed at supporting women and promoting gender equality, many of these policies do not fully align with the real needs and challenges faced by women farmers especially. In practice, women in agriculture still face limited access to land ownership, agricultural credit, extension services, and modern technology. In addition, many programs are designed without significant participation of rural women themselves. Therefore, there is a need to develop more gender-responsive and context condition and priorities of women farming in Sudan. As you know, implementation of policy remain limited due to the economic challenges in Sudan and institutional capacity and current humanitarian situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for the translation. We're very lucky to have our women's cooperative lead from Sudan here who speaks Arabic, and we're able to share her thoughts through her translator.
Just I want to add one point. My colleague Leila is the head of Al-Wifaq Cooperative in Sudan. It's one of the best cooperative in Sudan. She has good practice. I wish if you have time to see her presentation, but unfortunately there is no time. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you again for being here and contributing to this conversation. So now we will take these comments in mind as each panelist has just one more question before we turn to lunch. So we have talked about quite a few challenges today. We want to think about some of the solutions as well. And in order to get ourselves ready for that, which is going to be after lunch, if the Farmers Cooperative could please talk a bit about the most pressing challenges to overcome as we head towards this 10-year Kampala goals. If you could briefly touch on that, 1 minute each, and then I'll turn to the private sector to start to think about the solutions to their challenges. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So some of the challenges that we are having is limited access to land ownership and collateral, financial exclusion, women farmers struggle to access affordable credit, climate change intensifies vulnerabilities like drought, electric rainfall, and also cultural norms that restrict decision making, and also currently in the funding system, you find like most of the funding has been cut, especially by the Trump administration, and we have been the voices of these farmers. So we also look into seeing that everybody stands for this farmer, especially in the grassroots.
Thank you so much. Yes, we're in a very unique funding situation, which is why this forum is so critical.
And
I think for us in Djibouti, and is access to loan. Bank for them, you know, there's as you can see, there's a lot of climate change. So we are not actually. How I'm gonna say in English. We are not liable. They are not sure that they will receive back, the loans. And access to resource. When I say resource, is trainings, As you know, like real trainings on the ground, and agricultural equipment. But for me, the most important thing is the decision, to be invited to the decision-making space. Because when people are talking about women farmers, they're going to put a woman, fetching water, and they will say, those women are farmers, we need to help them. But again, are they on the ground? So decision-making space, so we can be invited, we can explain what's our problems, and actually what's also our strength. And I would like to say, the last thing I want to say is like, and if you want resilient agri-food system, it's been written by my team, and we must invest directly in women farmers, directly to women farmers and cooperatives, because they are already feeding the community. So if you want to invest, directly invest to farmers and cooperatives. Thank you.
Well said.
Yeah, thank you. For the resolutions, this is what we have come up with. Access to land rights. Women should be helped to own land. As you come and you are married and the man says you are not there, this land is not for you, government should look into that. Then access to financial institutions, climate change, and sensitization to the grassroots woman. Sometimes you come up with something, unless you tell me how that thing should go about, I will not do it. Like the policy in Uganda now. They have programs like PDM, like the MP said about it. PDM has gone to the grassroots, all right. But people are not realizing any benefit from it. You are given the money that you don't have any knowledge how to use it. So our sensitization should come back to the grassroots and decision making. When they come up with their policies, please include the woman, because they know what they feel. Thank you.
Thank you. Strong message of including women and farmers. Yes, if you want to give them a hand, you're welcome. Thank you so much. So we have our last question where we will now turn to the solutions. We want to know from the financial and private sector folks up here, what are any collaborative mechanisms that already exist between private sector and policymakers that can benefit women farmers, marginalized farmers, disabled farmers? Yeah, please. 1 minute each. Yeah, so the question is, what are collaborative mechanisms that already exist and are available to farmers or policymakers now that can support women farmers between the private sector and policymakers or otherwise? And yeah, this is for our financial sector.
Okay, thank you. Like to reach out to agriculture sector and especially women, stakeholder collaboration is a critical one. One of the stakeholders are, government, development partners, and the private sectors. In Ethiopia, for example, as a bank, we are aggressively working collaboratively with National Bank of Ethiopia and the Ministry of Agriculture to reach out to farmers and women-headed households in the rural areas. As I explained earlier, there is a set of data available in Ministry of Agriculture where women and farmers' land is registered with all its polygon and the details. And National Bank is now, in collaboration with Ministry of Agriculture, is launching a national roadmap for agriculture Based on that, we are integrating those publicly available data sets at Ministry of Agriculture, National ID, and you will use that data as a new collateral and provide innovative financial solution for farmers. While doing this, we are leveraging different technologies like remote sensing technology, as my colleague here raised, issue of climate change on agriculture. So we are utilizing remote sensing technology, and we are observing, monitoring our loans. They are productive or not, and what risks are there. And we are providing these loans by blending with insurance facilities. So that is how we are addressing the pressing issue farmers and cooperatives have at the ground level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. When it comes to financing farming, it's not easy, even for the traditional banks, and even for beneficiaries like maybe the progressive farmers, because agricultural funding is, financing is not like commercial farming, commercial loan. There is that grace period for 3 to 4 months. And with the very high inflation in our country, we find that lending becomes a problem there. But as per government involvement, there's a policy actually. And most of these things actually, the implementation is the problem. So for us in the private sector, what we have done is that we deal with the cooperative societies which are established, with the mechanism there for how the small money we're giving can be the risk, and that is working very well. But only that, what we are doing is just a drop in the ocean. The needs are very, very, very high, very big for women for this. And then the other thing is the problem of women in agriculture is not only about financing only. The problem of women in agriculture is some technologies, just even if it's appropriate technology, because you cannot expect a woman to till the land from time immemorial when people are already moving. And in our country, labor is very expensive, so most women get involved physically in some of these things, and you can see it drains them. So we are saying maybe, like us, if only we could have something like an institution where we can partner up with, and then we acquire some of these things, and then we lease it to the women and the rest. Because with us, we are dealing with comprehensive. We're giving them training, we're giving them a lot of support. So maybe till before the women benefit, the institutions have to be strengthened, because a tree grows strong when the roots is nourished. So the financial institutions in South Sudan, especially the cooperatives, the SACCOs, and what, they're still weak. And they could be the immediate solution for people who are unbankable, like the women. They don't have the collateral, they have what, but cooperatives, savings and cooperative societies are actually have the mechanism, because the people know each other and they co-guaranteeing each other. So we need support in most of these areas in order to expand, and by the time government picks up from where we are, the women will still be benefiting, instead of waiting for support.
Thank you so much. Excellent points there, and I feel like really good points that will lead us into our discussion this afternoon, and I will give you the last word, but just on that, how important innovations are, and gender and climate resilient innovations, and the opportunity in this room to strengthen each other's institutions, which is being called for, and create, maybe a hub or knowledge platform. I just think that's some very important points, so thank you. And our last word for the panel, and then we'll do just 1 or 2 questions. My colleague, please.
Thank you. I think in terms of solutions, and most of them have been mentioned by my previous panelists, for us in Kenya, we just launched the financial inclusion strategy, which is speaking to quite a lot of aspects of mainstreaming financial access to women, youth, and people living with disability. As said earlier, we've come up with alternative collaterals models which can support women access funding through the on lending to microfinance institutions and SACCOs and cooperatives. I think we are also doing some blended finance models whereby we have risk-sharing facilities with partners. I think collaboration is very fundamental in this. So we have partners like IFAD, AGRA, and UN Women who support us in very specific areas to ensure that women are able to access funding. And I think there was that aspect which was asked in the previous panel discussion about just having data that relates to all the people who are in the agri-food systems. So in Kenya, we have a farmer registration system which is called Kenya Integrated Agricultural Information System, which we can be able to have the profile of all the farmers in the agri-food systems. Currently, we are at about 7 million registered farmers. We tend to go up to around 15 in the next 1 or 2 years, so that we are actually having data that relates to women. Then lastly, I think the farmers in this panel are saying something that is very fundamental to us who are coming up with policies and maybe interventions. It is that time that it has to be bottom up. So we must have that conversation from the people who are affected that will inform us, come up with responsive maybe interventions and policy that is going to speak to their needs. So I think in Kenya, that is something that we are also really looking at. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent points. Before we wrap up this session, I want to give an opportunity for one burning question from the crowd to our wonderful panelists. Khadija, okay, yes, please. Your question.
Thank you to our panelists for that great discussion. My question goes to Ethiopia and Kenya, who talked about the alternative collateral models that they have in their countries. Kenya rightly said it, women are a bankable lot when it comes to credit financing. But the issue of interest, how do you control these other cooperatives from abusing or taking advantage of the women with high interest? How do you control the issue of interest to these women, to the funds that you advance to these women? Thank you.
Yeah, what a great question. I'm going to take one more question while you think on that.
Thank you very much. Mine is general questions. From the morning presentations and panels, you did not talk about insecurity, because in African continents, some countries in Africa are facing a lot of challenges in terms of conflicts, like Sudan and South Sudan. How will you advise a woman from South Sudan or Sudan, those who are running day and night, to look for shelter, food, water, and all this? What will you tell them? Because we talk about Agrifood system, and then there is some people talk about collaterals, whereby you can give to agro institution system or corporate to take loan. Where will you go and cultivate if the bushes or some part of your country is in conflicts, like currently in South Sudan. There is a fighting. It is only Juba who is safe. How will you advise that woman? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Financing and conflict and just farming and conflict is such an important question here. And finally, Khadija, we will present her question as well.
So thank you so much for the panelists first, and I have a question too, especially to the private sector, the financial institutions. I would like to know if there is any data sharing mechanism between your institution as a financial institution and the government, because the government needs data. You know, the government all African heads of states have committed to report on women in agriculture sector under the Kampala Declaration, under the BR. So how is there any mechanism of data sharing? Because they need those data. They want to know. There are indicators that says women in microfinance, in agribusiness and all that. So is there any data sharing protocol between your institution and the government? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will turn it to the panel now. Again, please be brief, and I would really encourage, these are amazing questions, for them to continue over lunch. So please find each other to discuss more. So on the first question concerning interest rates, was it to a specific country or to the financial sector? Yeah. Who would like to respond to that question? The interest rates on loans to farmers, how do you not take advantage? Do you want to go quickly and then?
Thank you very much. And you know, when it comes to financing, even if it is a sort of a grant or receiving money from a big institution to the cooperative, it's very rare that a big companies or big institutions give money to cooperatives, because cooperatives are supposed to be self-propelled, you manage your things. Like in our country, we get a lot of support from government in capacity building and all this, but money, we don't see it. The same thing from other institutions, even FAO, we don't get money directly. And for us in our circles, what we do is that when it comes to interest, we don't go to what the banks do, like calculation of the interest is based on a declining balance. We just put a fixed one on for them, and then it always doesn't go even above 10%, because at the end of the day, we are talking of feeding the nation. So sometimes it's very difficult even for us to sustain, but because we have committed people and some of us get involved practically, so it's working. But we don't overcharge the customers, because they are part of us, especially with the savings and cooperative society. They are subscribers. They understand how these things work. So there is nothing like doing something that hurts the farmer that you are supporting.
So it's a cap at 10%. I know other loans can be much higher.
Okay, what we do is, because farming actually financing the farming is very expensive. So what we do is you put per month. Yeah, because after 4 months or 3 months, that's when they started. And when you are giving someone from the third month to start paying you, and you have given that grace period already, and then you don't make much.
Okay, thank you. I think this is such an important topic, so I really hope you find each other over lunch. I think we need to continue to move on because we are really eating into our time. So the next question is on farming and financing in conflict zones. So this probably goes to you too.
So for us, it is like experience is what we're going through. You know, I always advocate for not for big farms in South Sudan, because the manager can get into trouble or run away, and his equipment, everything will get lost there, as she has rightly put it. So we are really encouraging smallholders, where even if something happens, he can run and come back and still get some of his cassava, everything, which he has put down. So we are supporting the peasant farmers and smallholders, because that's the only thing that can survive in some of those vulnerable areas. But when talk of insecurity in South Sudan, it's not that it's so dire that nothing is moving. Some of those things are involved with the criminalities because of a problem with the movement, the roads and the rest. So a lone man can come and cause some problem. He runs away, but I'm sure things are improving. Now a lot of construction of roads, feeder roads. So when movement improves, some of these criminals will just run away. So we don't want to talk about insecurity very much, because you can see it light at the end of the tunnel. And you know, when it comes to farming as a business, just like the business person, he ventures, he takes the advantage of that, he wants that profit. So our people are resilient. That's why they are doing the same farming, even in those areas where displacement is taking place. A lady is displaced just for 2 to 3 months, already she comes up with some simple things she's doing around there, and that's what we're encouraging. We don't discourage them because of insecurity. Thank you.
Kindly, just for the interest, allow me just to do some clarity, because I think it's important for us to get the interventions. Her question was specific to Kenya, which maybe is different from my colleague's submission. What we are doing in AFC, for example, there's a project we are implementing with the support of IFAD called Rural Kenya Financial Inclusion Facility. This is a wholesale lending model. We are getting funds from IFAD, and we are lending to MFIs and SACCOs at 8%. They are allowed only to do 2%. So maximum is 10% per annum, not per month. So I needed to clarify that. And this is a facility that, as we were given USD 8.3 million, and one of the maybe conditions is that 50% should find its way to the women sector. Thank you.
Thank you for your addition. Could one person please respond to the data question posed by Khadija? Data sharing?
Yeah, maybe to add on the first question on the interest rate, our case is different. Like, we don't have a specific fund allocated from development partners, so we mobilize fund from the local, but we provide cooperative with discounted price from the other segments we have. Like, we are providing, for example, the rate runs from 10% to 15% per annum, so that they will provide their members with less interest rate than banks do, commercial banks do. Regarding to the data sharing arrangement, we have now we have started. Previous government is collecting data separately, private sector is collecting the data separately. There is no data sharing arrangements. Now it is started. For example, in our bank, for our 4.2 product, meant for agriculture, we are using data from 3 sources. One from Ministry of Agriculture, other national ID data, and thirdly from ATI, Ethiopian Agricultural Transformation, where they profile farmers. So by combining these 3 data sets, we try to score farmers and provide input financing for smallholder farmers. So it is at initial stage. It needs to be encouraged, and the National Bank is also working on that, on their NAFIR roadmap. They are developing a data sharing platform where banks can log in and use those data to score and provide farmers with a loan. So it is at starting stage and it is encouraging. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I really hope you all find each other over lunch because all of these are really important dialogues. I just want to echo what I've heard in the panel today, which is that it's really agriculture that has a huge challenge by not including women. And women don't have reasonable access to markets, to financial mechanisms, to agricultural inputs. And it really is on all of us, if we want to have effective, successful food systems, to make sure that our policy and our financial instruments line up to make them successful. Not just for the women's farmers, but for all of our communities and all of our regions to have enough food to eat. And so these are the players in the room, and we heard very strongly that we need to have women farmers at the table to make sure those on the ground will have policy that will impact them and be effective for them. So thank you so much to our panelists. What an interesting group of people. Just round of applause. And now we will go to lunch. How exciting. And you will have just 45 minutes for lunch. Please be back by around 2 p.m. so that we can start our breakout discussions, and I will go over those then just to get everyone to lunch now. So thank you so much.
For those fasting, you are going to have iftar at the restaurant, the same restaurant, but please submit your name to the secretariat so that we can register you and then you can have iftar in the afternoon. Thank you.
And those at lunch, I know you can't hear me, but spiritually. A couple more minutes. My colleague Mehdi to get us ready to go. And maybe as a part of our back from lunch exercise, people...
Welcome back. This particular introduction will go to make sure that you carry everything with you because we're going to go to different spaces. Okay, please rise up. I feel like you need some caffeine. Right? Because there was no coffee during lunch, I'll be your coffee. So please rise up. Okay, so